Testing, testing. Okay, good. Hello everyone, my name is Xanmoas, and today I'm playing Genshin Impact for the second time. There's a lot of things that I forgot to do, which apparently were dailies, which I'm going to do today, just to make up for the mistake of not noticing it in the first place. So, I think it's time for me to begin. We have to turn on control again. So if you hear the noises in the background, that's just my chair. I tried using noise gate to block that noise, but didn't work. Maybe if I hang the microphone instead, I won't get those noises. I called it. I need to set up control again. I don't get why the A button is the get out of the menu button. That just seems so odd to me. No. Okay, seems to be working. Now, this thing's events. We gotta get used to that. He seems to be the best because he offers wishes. So I'll try that. Might try the other two as well, just to get the rewards. This is a dark and ominous key. And a whole level 80. He's ice.
Think you can get away?
Not bad.
Yahoo! Think you can get away?
He's not too bad. This is his trial, so I may as well stick with him.
Time for takeoff. Yahoo! Think you can get away?
Oh, mage. Oh. Hmm.
Think you can get away? Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Ooh. Exit stage. Okay. To spend these wishes, I guess. Oh, menu. Wait, isn't that the right one? Holy crap. Okay, not sure what all those rewards were for, but I won't complain. Hmm. Where is this menu? Oh, wish. Hmm. And here we go, that's someone. Ooh, 4-star lance. So no character, just a spear. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I thought red would mean I got a character. Oh well. Go again. Go again. Go again. Hmm. Oh, here's something. Uh, a bow. One more time. Oh well. Alright, time to equip this. You're the only archer, so... Wait. What about those? Weapons. What about those? Hmm. Oh, that's useless to you. Club. Okay, what else? Like Earth or something, right? So no. Let's go with that. Alright, that would do. Is there any more dailies I should be doing? Oh, those weren't wishes, whatever they were. 5,000 XP, that's not bad. And that just enhances. Yeah, weapon EXP. Okay. Guess I'll try them out. Generate health for teammates, as long as a melody loop persists. Oh, she's a healer. And an idol, apparently. Alright. Okay.
What's the hurry? Freeze!
Let the show begin!
Frostbite! Cool it!
And I ran into a fire wizard before.
Freeze!
Alright. Pyro Abyss Mage. Uses a pyro shield. Need water to hit it. Okay. Now for this one. Night Raven, who relentlessly assaults enemies with lightning. Okay then. Oh, she's an archer too.
Oz, reveal thyself!
Phantasmagoria.
Well, that's not a voice I expected.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
That's better.
I summon thee. Oz, reveal thyself.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Ah, so it's the bird that talks. Interesting.
By royal decree. Shadow Raven, let night fall.
Cool it.
No escape. Shadow Raven, let night fall.
There we go. Right. Go to events. Get the last reward. Wait, what did I do? I didn't go back in, did I? God damn the B button. That B button is gonna be a pain in the ass, that's for sure. Right then, what should I be doing? What should I be doing? Daville Valley.
Look, doesn't that shop look interesting? Let's see what they're selling.
Welcome. Every treasure here is unique, guaranteed.
Yep, there's nothing here that Paimon recognizes. That's for sure.
What did I tell you? These are all rare items brought back by adventurers from all corners of the world. Is there anything that catches your eye? No need. I forgot to mention, I operate on a trading basis. Goods for goods. No Mora accepted here. I've been trying to make something a bit special recently, and I need a lot of Xanmoas sigils to decorate it with. Do you have any Xanmoas sigils with you? It seems the Animal Archon approves of your adventures then. More to the point, any animal sigils you find you can trade in here for items in the shop.
Hmm. $166. I got nothing to buy.
Animo sigils appear all over Mondstadt. If you find yourself short, just keep exploring.
Absolutely. What could be more beautiful than a gift from the Animal Archon?
Flowers.
Okay, you got me. It's actually more complicated than that, but it's easier for people to understand if I just say it's for decoration. Obviously, the reason I need Animo sigils is because they have properties that other materials cannot provide. Of course. I guarantee you will be quite surprised at the result. Do come again soon, and bring me lots and lots of Animo sigils next time. Please also visit if you come across any weird and wonderful treasures on your adventures.
Alright.
Can't you give me a better price?
Now, Dovetail Valley, where is it? Don't even have it unlocked, do I? Well, I guess I'll start by exploring. Maybe... Yeah? Is there a way I could put a pin on the map? Alright, now I should just go left from here and I should run into it. I need to come here anyway, so there's something I forgot that I should probably do.
Get him! Bet you can't keep up with me!
There it is. Didn't I already do you? something there. There's something behind me. Okay, that's a start. Now it's here. Aha. Got to climb up. Good. What else can I find up here? Oh, something big over there. And there's something down there. Let's start there. Okay. Now there was something red and glowing back there. Oh, what the hell that is? Oh, it's a challenge. Okay, so there's challenge points. Good to note.
Let it rain.
That was a miss.
A touch of frost.
Alright. What else can I find around here? Something up there, that's for sure.
A touch of frost.
I didn't see that.
Fury, please. Attack!
Come on. There we go. Oh, something up there. Oh, I missed it. There we go. About to see what this place is. Enter rank of 22. Okay. What the hell are you?
Swift and merciful. Swift and merciful.
No escape!
Good, he's a big guy. I need a rare key. I think the whole time this one chest was just behind a lock. Can you imagine drowning at shallow waters? That would suck. I'm not gonna be able to scale that.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Should be able to go around. Holy crap, there's a flying island. It's so far away. And I'm dead. Okay, that was a bad one. Revive him in a sec. There's something. There's something that's bothering me. Hmm. Alright, sir, what do you have to say? In front of you is the danger zone, huh? Would you possibly be? Attire. Would you be the traveler they spoke of? No, you don't. Your heroic deeds have already spread across Mondstadt. I heard that it was you who put an end to the storms that terrorized Mondstadt. Though I believe you're capable of dealing with the monsters ahead, I still like to ask you to watch out and take care. It's not looking too good. The Hilchers have been increasingly active recently. It's becoming quite a headache. There's not much I can do beyond warning the adventurers and travelers around here to watch their backs. There are some notes I jotted down. Maybe you'll find them useful. Take care now. Someone like you? Why, yes, I believe I have. A lot of young adventurers like you come tramping into the Stormbearer Mountains. I turned most of them back, which is good since it's quite dangerous up ahead. Oh, but you're looking for a relative, huh? Then? I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I don't think the person you're looking for has come to Stormbearer Mountains. Best you go look somewhere else.
One with my blade. Huh. Ah! Ah! One with my blade. One with my blade.
What's this challenge? Another archery one. That was simple. Another berserker item. Is it? Ooh, yeah. They say highly dangerous, but doesn't really look that much. That's an Earth type now. It's
Wind blade.
not open. Oh crap. You sneaky bastard. That's so hard here. That one area I went to last stream was harder than this.
Bet you can't keep up with me. Bet you can't keep up with me.
Excuse me. Oh, there's something. A level 32.
Let it rain.
From whence you came.
Get him.
Try not to enjoy this too much. Blitz.
That wasn't so bad. Another chest hidden behind you. And something here.
Huh? You.
Forth my blade.
Encoding overloaded. It doesn't look like a problem here. Is it happening on Twitch? Let me check. It doesn't look that bad. That was a no-brainer.
Forth my blade. From whence you came.
Looks like Amber leveled up.
Wind blade.
Now a challenge.
Let it rain.
Easy.
From whence you came. Swift and merciful.
Excuse me a second. I think the dogs are barking.
I feel like running. Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
And I'm back. Sorry about that. Wow. What the hell is this thing? Looks icy. Animal hypostasis. Elemental creatures who protect themselves from incoming attacks with their durable shell. Find an opportune moment to land a blow to their elemental core. If they're able to control their elemental orb in fights and restore their health. When they feel threatened, if you fail to utilize the upcurrents to absorb the orbs, this battle will be significantly harder. Okay.
That's cheating. Must keep training.
It's level 36. I better get out of here. Those two look like they're guarding something. They stick out like sore thumbs.
Hey!
Everything around here just became significantly harder. Hey, iron. That's new. Some attacks are better than others at breaking sturdy objects. Claymores and overloaded explosions are good examples.
A touch of frost. Searing Flame! Attack! With the wind! Swift and merciful!
That's getting a little trickier. Sorry if you hear me sniffing. It's a little cold today. Now a challenge. What will it be this time? What will it be? We'll clear that spot out first.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Can't run in water.
I'll race you there.
Now the
I'll race you
challenge.
there. Told you I'd win.
That's not all of it.
I'll race you there.
I had to run to the chest.
Bet you can't keep up with Let It Rain.
One with my blade. Spirit blade. Attack!
Let's spark things up a little.
Hey.
Force my blade.
Okay, these are actually annoying.
Submit for judgment.
Oh crap.
I'll race you there. Hey.
You've been a naughty boy.
And now I'm back to this spot. Interesting.
No one escapes my sights. Told you I'd win.
Alright, so what have I missed around here? Pretty much got it all. This is one spot here which has some kind of mini boss. Now into the Uncharted. Springvale, apparently.
Right.
Where the hell did these come from?
Force my blade.
Ow. Now this is just giving me an ominous feeling. Oh, the challenge. Oh, no, that's a waypoint. Traveler, do you ever find yourself frustrated because of your lack of strength? You ever wondered what it'd be like to have power beyond your wildest dreams? It is holy water I have here. Drink just one bottle and you feel rejuvenated and more powerful than you can ever imagine, guaranteed. It might take a while for the effects to kick in though. Con artist. Got something you need to say? Give it to me straight. Good news or bad news, it doesn't bother me anyway. I'm a hunter. Only sensible choice if you're living in Springvale, right? Not that it bothers me either way. Raph tells me what to do and I go do it. Easy peasy. I cannot be doing with one of them jobs where you think for yourself and whatnot. I think this one should be called Love Turns You into an Unthinkable Vegetable. You mean you're looking for a relative? You don't look or dress anything like a local, so I'm sure anyone who looks like you would have made an impression. Sorry, it seems I haven't seen them. Hope you find your lost relative soon. My full support. Being related by blood is the only real connection you can have in this world, not love, as some imbeciles would have you believe. I'm sorry if you hear my dog. Yeah, I knew you were a con artist. Ah! That was terrifying. What? Nonsense. Hogwash. Crab trap. You see only the physical form after passing through the lands of Hopkins and Marvelous. It is normal no more. If you do not believe me, buy this bottle and see it yourself. Aha, traveler. When the hunt is over, it's time to drink to your heart's content. Here, come on. No good hunting session is complete without a good drinking session afterwards. What's more, my daughter Diona is one of the top bartenders in Mondstadt. That hasn't changed how much she nags about my drinking, mind you. Until the next time, of course. Is that a trick question or something? If you're looking for a hunting partner, you'd be better off picking someone else. Oh, I'm fine. I got a bit lost yesterday when I was out hunting. Almost rounded up in a Hercure camp. Fortunately, I managed to escape. I'm lucky I made it back safe and sound, but once again, I came back empty-handed. But, never mind, it is what it is. Sounds like something's up there. A slime that uses a sturdy geo coating protects itself. If you use heavy geo attacks at claymore or strong explosions, you should be able to break through its coating.
for judgment. A touch of frost. I ride on wind and cloud alike.
And now level 10. I go all the way there.
Swift and merciful.
So there you are. There's an NPC there. Pick that out in a minute. Where is she? I just saw her. Ah, you scared the life out of me. You shouldn't sneak up on people when they're absorbed in something like that. Quite smoothly, I finished analyzing the maps of Drunkard Gorge, Springvale, and the surrounding areas. Alienation is actually quite tiring, but it's also very satisfying. Are you interested in my work by any chance? Yeah, please take this. Please. It's some of the knowledge I gained on my adventure. Someday, everyone in Mondstadt will use the maps I made.
I ride on wind and cloud alike.
Well, that was easy. Oh, you're different.
Let me amuse myself a little.
Windblade! Disappear!
It's some sort of dark mage. Should have done it closer. There's the tower. Maybe I'll stop here first. Trevor, this canyon is too dangerous for you. Please keep your distance. Recently, lots of monsters have been showing up in the canyon, to the point where we vendors have been chased out. If my fruit has gone all rotten when I get back, it'll go all slimy and disgusting when I try to wash it. It's not so much how much it costs. It's more that once you got one fruit in it, it's a nightmare to clean. The juices go all slimy and stick to it to ages. And the smell is nearly impossible to get rid of. If I don't get it cleaned in good time, my wife will kill me when I get back. Thank you for that. Well, I do only have a few fruit on hand, and they won't sell for much. You may as well take them.
Windblade!
D shop closed to the off season. If you need to see me, come to Lynn. I do. Hi, have you seen a golden pouch anywhere? In a cloth and it has 1,000 more in it. That was my wage that I just received. I was on my way to give the money to my wife. Be a disaster if I can't find it. Honestly, not a clue. Just know that I came past here in the middle of the night. I was so happy the day I received my wage, I went for a few drinks. I was stumbling home drunk at the end of the night. When I woke up the next day, I couldn't find my coin pouch anywhere. I think finding it's just gonna be a long shot. I don't care if it's the pouch itself. It's just, eek! What's wrong? I was just imagining my wife when she gets angry and let an involuntary yelp. She's going to think I spent a lot of buying a gift for some other lover. But that's ridiculous. I gave my wages to my wife each time I received them. I wouldn't have the more to afford another lover even if I wanted to. What to do? I can't stand being made to kneel and grovel. And I also can't stand it when she grabs me by the ear.
Just where did I drop it?
I won't let you down.
That was easy. Something up there. Okay, was it so dangerous?
I'll race you there.
That wasn't it. Up there.
Bet you can't keep up with me! The Statue of the Seven seems to be affected by a monster nearby. Defeating that monster might remove this strange wind current seal thingy around the Statue of the Seven.
This thing again.
Get ready for the gliding. No escape.
Road opens itself before those with noble hearts. So this thing levels up. It's gonna be a little, let's say, a little annoying. Yeah, what can you do?
I won't let. Bet you can't keep up with me.
Where'd you come from? What do you want with me? I'm the seller manager here. Occasionally I oversee stock transportation. The role is stressful, but the boss is extravagant. He pays me quite well. Even without all that, just being in the company of the Price's stash is amazing. Just think of how few people ever get the chance to see such magnificence, let alone work with it. Right, so try leveling up. Hmm. Could be a little tricky. Too low. Maybe from above a tree. Perfect. Yeah, I may as well see what's on this island. In the mail. The slider uses a frozen cryo shield to protect itself. If you use pyro or other reactive elemental attacks, perhaps you could break through its defenses.
Hey! Bet you can't keep up. Bet you can't keep up with me. Told you I'd win.
Hey. The only one that's left is this one. Oh, well, then I should get there eventually. Also, something up here. Oh crap, never mind.
I won't let you down.
Something's not right here. Let's see. Oh yeah, this isn't a Scream boss at all. Check it out.
I won't let you down.
Uh-oh. No? Nothing? Just need a crest or something to trigger it.
A touch of frost.
Glorious stroke. No, that means.
Attack! Swift and merciful. Swift and merciful. From whence you came. Disappear.
Blitz.
Alright, now for you. The right. I've done all I can for the moment. Go back to town.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
Take your pick. You'll find
My
us.
strength still.
Alright.
Get ready for the gliding champion of Mondstadt! I'll race you there! Go, go!
already know about this one.
Let's spark things up a little. You're in for a little shock. You've been a naughty boy.
Oh, I see there.
A touch of frost. Seriously, attack!
Original racing can be used to vitalize purified trace out deep in domains, as well as various ley line blossoms found around Terrier. Doing so will grant you valuable treasure. Assume the original will generate back to its limit over time, or can be immediately replenished. Huh. That do. Damn it. There's another one down there. Do this one first. Right.
You'll find no second-rate items at Wagner's.
Do this one. Bad for today. What are you doing? You're frightening me. I'm not doing anything. Oh, well, you caught me already, haven't you? It's just an ordinary water fountain, but somehow people treat it like a wishing well. Want that money away from nothing, but I could use that money. I am in desperate need of money. Please don't tell anyone. But there's Anna, my sister. You may have met her during the day. She's something for rare to see, so she often comes here to make wishes. Why does it have to be her? She's such a kind and gentle kid. Why must it be her and not me? These wouldn't somewhat make up for the medicine she needs, but I also work hard on my job, of course. If the anchors are watching, I'm sure they will forgive my actions.
Traveler, I've been looking for you everywhere. How's that wind glider I gave you last time? Seems like it's really growing on you. But then again, you don't have a gliding license, do you? A gliding license? What's that? Isn't it obvious? You gotta have a gliding license to legally glide in Mondstadt.
Well, this is something you could have told me before I was breaking the law.
Oh, but we've been gliding for ages now. This is the first we've heard about it. Yeah, you've been gliding all over the place. Everyone's noticed. So, you came looking for us because you want to give us a gliding license? No way! The Knights of Favonius have strict rules. You need to pass an exam, and only then will the Knights issue your license. Today, I'm here as an examiner to oversee your official gliding exam. I gave you your wing glider, so this is my responsibility. At least that's what Acting Grandmaster Jean would say. An exam? What a pain in the butt. Then again, since Amber is the examiner, I'm sure you'll glide through it. I mean, the whole city saw how well you flew the day that Storm Terror attacked, so I'm sure you'll have no problems. But we do need to respect the rules and glide properly. Here, take this gliding manual. No need to memorize it. Just be familiar with everything in there. For example, only one person per wing glider. No carrying anything over the set weight limit. No taking off using an animo slime, and so on and so forth. Anyway, be sure to read it, okay? I had to read a load of big, thick books too when Lisa was teaching me magic. Wow, that's a big old book! Paimon thinks we best get started. Great, come find me when you're done. I'll be at Windrise. The Knights of Favonius gliding manual does not sound like a fun read.
When the first wisp of wind brushed across the land, birds that yearned for the sky had wings, but no way to fly. They asked the animal god, "How can we reach the heavens?" To which the animal god replied, "You have yet to find that which is most important." As the god spoke, the wind thrust the seeds of a dandelion high into the sky. The birds thrust out their wings, but the breeze was all too mild, leaving them to stumble across the earth. So they went to the gorge, where the wind showed off its wild and incomparable strength. They threw themselves off the cliff and flapped their wings amongst the howling winds until they were able to fly freely in the sky. To the animal god they went to gleefully say, "We understand now. All we needed was a stronger wind to fly." In reply, the animal god said, "What you lacked was not wind, but courage. It is courage that has allowed you to become the first flying birds of this world."
Worst instruction manual ever. It was just a history.
That's a cool story. But is the Knight's gliding manual really written in that style? Huh. Anyway, let's go find Amber.
That was seriously the worst instruction ever. Just a freaking history book. I didn't see that coming. Oh, hey Sharif, I'm fine. Just, exploring and doing quests. And I almost went the wrong way. Oh, I've been playing for about 2 hours, 40 minutes.
Swift and merciful.
Blitz.
Well, yeah. I got 2 characters in one turn last stream. Well, 2 characters with a single set, I should say. Take that out later.
Great, you're here. Did you have a good read-through of the gliding manual? Got all the rules down? Sounds like it was a real drag. I would know. I've been there. Ugh, the gliding manual is super dry. I couldn't get into it at all. Don't tell Jean, though. Really? Paimon thought there were some pretty cool stories in the gliding manual. Cool stories? Oh, you must mean the example cases in the appendix. Some of them I like. My favorite one is about the illegal Anemo slime takeoff. Apparently, if you pop an Anemo slime and take off in the burst of wind, it shoots you up really, really high. I really want to try it. No, not that story. Paimon meant the one with the little bird who wanted to learn to fly. What? Let me take a look. Oh, shoot. This is the storybook I used to read as a kid. Oops, sorry. I put both books in the same pile and must have grabbed the wrong one when I was leaving. How in the heck do you confuse a bedtime story with an instruction manual? This is so embarrassing. It's because, maybe deep down inside, that fairy tale is the thing that truly taught me how to glide. What you lacked was not wind. It's courage that's allowed you to become the first flying birds of this world. Reading that gave me the courage to glide, to become an outrider, and to become the gliding champion of Mondstadt. But anyway, let's get back to the exam. Don't be nervous. Just glide like you're used to. Okay then, you just need to follow the marked route to the finish. You nailed it! But it's no surprise, given the way you handle your glider in a storm. The next part of the exam is in Mondstadt. See you there. Don't keep me waiting.
Wait, so you made me come out here
Alrighty
to go
then.
back
You heard
over
her.
there.
Back to the city. Let's not keep her waiting.
Ugh. And how's your day been? I heard you were sleeping when I was talking to Indy. Yeah, I feel like it's just prioritizing weapons over characters because, you know, airdrops. I'm fine for the moment. Just been exploring way too much. So I started doing quests.
Anything the knights can do for you?
Actually, now that I think about it, let's see. Okay, this is a set of 10. I wish I could, but you know, my gaming PC is broken. I have to replace the whole thing. Except my graphics card, but yeah. And I need money for that. You remember? It kept shutting down randomly. Wasn't now able to fix it. So it's either the power thing or the whole parts are broken. I mean, you already checked it. I checked it. I tried fixing it as much as times as possible, but it's no use. Oh, new character. Razor. Okay, he's lightning type. And I think he uses a claymore or a sword. Can't tell. Let's try this one. What, you mean my PC? I don't know. Another character. Cute one at that. Okay, I think she's a spear user. Fire type, I think. Yeah, the character design's alright. Let's see. Yep. Great sword. You're the only spear user, so you get the good one. I'll leave the artifacts for now. If you're curious about how much I got, got him, her, him. Some of the characters they give you as freebies, but the rest are like favorites. I have to say maybe her because she's the only archer. So far. So yeah. She can be useful for archering from far away, which is pretty useful if you don't want to take on certain enemies head on.
Hey, here! Over here! I'm all set up. Let's carry on with the exam. Same deal as before. Glide through the markers and get to the finish without stopping in the middle.
This is a little awkward. But I'm already done. Shit. It is, not too sure. To be honest, it should be working. On OBS, my stream signal is green, so maybe it's just the game itself. I'll take a look. Give me a second. I should probably start by handing in this quest before I try flying.
Seems like you've got the hang of wind gliding now. Let's do the final stage. Easy! You've flown this way before anyway! Once you've passed this final stage, you'll finally be able to get your very own gliding license. Just keep thinking about that license. Ready?
Damn it. I can't watch at the same time. But from what I've seen, it's Actually, this is just the same quality as the game on Twitch. You gotta remember, this game will... Oh wait, there it is. I'll be honest, I'm not too entirely sure.
Windborn traveler, you are required to land at once by the order of the Knights of Favonius.
No, it's not the game itself. It's Twitch itself, the stream. I'm not too sure what's going on there.
It's a good day to go gliding.
Because the game's alright, it's just, something. So beforehand, I was seeing that OBS was complaining about the encoder being overloaded, but it was not displaying here. So I have no idea what's up with the flight. Oh, it's AMD. It's the AMD encoder. You know, the hardware one. Otherwise, it looks fine.
Going to explore the ruins today?
Well, if you think it is, I can probably switch the settings, but I have to restart the stream. Hidden. The storm suddenly stopped. That bad thing? No, it's good that they stopped, yes. But it's all too sudden. I came up with so many contingency plans. We're not going to get the chance to use any of them. Contingencies included ways to scatter the people in the wild to avoid the storms, teach them how to survive. We're going to teach them to set up basic camp, do pest control, avoid beasts and monsters. Oh, never mind. Rather than take our chances out there, better remain safe within the walls. Oh yeah, some of our investigating adventurers have informed me that monsters could take conjugating in the Whispering Woods. Almost everyone's out investigating. I must remain here to command them. Can I count on you to clear those monsters out? I will leave it to you then. Don't worry, you will be compensated fairly. Alright, so who's the guy?
I am Otto of the Knights of Favonius.
What's going on?
Please, show me your gliding license. It is against the law to glide without a license. I am arresting you under Section 7, Article 12 of the Mondstadt Penal Code. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will forever carry on the wind.
Forever carry on the wind? What are you, an asshole?
Wait, I'm an instructor. This is a gliding exam.
Oh, I see. Well, you picked a bad time to hold your gliding exam.
Really? Why?
The Knights of Favonius received a report from a sister at the cathedral claiming she saw Raptor gliding around these parts. I thought your student here must have been his partner in crime.
Raptor? Who's that?
A known criminal in Mondstadt. He always uses a wind glider to commit his crimes, so people started calling him Raptor.
Wow, he flies fast then.
So far, we haven't managed to catch him. Our plan this time was to draw him into the cathedral with a precious artifact and ambush him inside.
I see.
But he escaped with the artifact. Fortunately, one of the sisters put some secret markings on the artifact using elemental magic. But he was too fast, and we couldn't even keep up with the trail the markings left behind.
Well, if you need help chasing down a gliding criminal, I'm the one for the job. So tell me, which way did he go?
As far as I know, he was last seen near Springvale. But that was some time ago.
Leave it to me. With us chasing him down together, he doesn't stand a chance. Once we've got this raptor guy, we'll pick up where we left off. But no need to worry. I'll be sure to have a word with Jean.
Yeah, well, I wish I was that lucky. You were getting subs, I'm not. Okay, this was a bad idea.
This is Springvale. There must be some clues about Raptor around here. The sister from the cathedral put some secret animal markings on the artifact he took. Use your elemental sight and keep your eyes peeled for clues. Ooh, hey, what do you think this is? It looks like a broken tree branch. Oh, Paimon knows. It's from a frame of a wind glider. Therefore, there are no elemental traces on it. It looks like it's just a plain old tree branch. A strip of cloth with animal markings on it. Looking at the design and the way it's woven, there's a good chance it came from a wind glider. Wow, Outriders have to be textile experts now? It's a harder job than Paimon thought. If this really belongs to Raptor, it must mean his wind glider is broken. How do we know if this was left by a strange bird or an animal slime? Animo slimes are airborne creatures. They don't leave marks on the ground unless someone stomped on one to take off. How do we know if this was left by Raptor or an animal slime?
Okay, I think the line got confused there.
Either way, let's make a mental note of these markings. They're very clear. It appears that the elemental markings point this way. Well, do you think he ran off ahead? There's only one way to find out. Come on, we should keep following the markings. Ooh, what's that? Looks like something's going on up ahead. It sounds like there's a battle going on. Could that be Raptor? Quick, let's keep going.
Disappear!
Thank goodness, the Knights of Favonius have arrived. The hilly trolls won't dare pursue me any longer.
What happened?
I can't believe it, but the hilly trolls attacked our carts. Luckily, I outran them.
Hilly churls? But I thought the Knights of Favonius had cleared out most of the hilly churl camps around these parts.
It's a small camp not too far from the village. The route I take on my delivery runs ensures I steer clear of it. But today, some crazy fellow suddenly fell out of the sky and landed right in the camp.
Now, who does that remind me of?
Oh, it really riled them up. They chased the funny-looking fellow as he fled, which brought them out into the open. I managed to get away, but they smashed my fruit carts to smithereens. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do when the merchant caravan gets here tomorrow.
Funny looking? In what way?
He was holding on to something. Must have been heavy because he couldn't glide in a straight line to save his life. Maybe that's why he fell. Honestly, people like that shouldn't be allowed in the skies. It doesn't take a genius to know you're not supposed to carry heavy objects while gliding. I'm gonna report that idiot and make sure he gets his license revoked.
Heavy object? The artifact? This could well be our guy. Tell me, did you see which way he went?
I managed to catch a glimpse as I ran from the hilly churls. I think he went that way.
Seems like a strong lead. On with the chase. Oh, and don't worry. As soon as I get back, I'll tell the knights to mop up the rest of the hilly churls as soon as possible.
Okay.
Another
the-
test subject. Huh. Freeze! Suffocate!
One with the blade from whence you came. Dodge this.
You're a lot harder than you look.
Freeze! Freeze!
Apart from the hilly churls, there's a bunch of funny-looking people, too. Judging from the type of wind gliders they've got, I'd say this lot is with Raptor. But if that's the case, what are they hanging around here for? I wonder... Well, this measly bunch can't slow us down, that's for sure. But we also haven't found the artifact, which means Raptor still has it on him. Forget these guys. Huh. Look where we are. The elemental power on the artifact must have worn off. Raptor must have realized the markings would give away his position and sent his minions to slow us down. That way, when the effect wears off, he can make his escape. He won't get away with this. After him!
This is a dungeon? Huh. Alright,
We're going to hunt.
Because I'll put in these new people just to play around. Wherever I have the elementals.
I'll bring my seasonings. There's only one way over there. Raptor must be up ahead. However, it looks like the only way we can catch up is if we glide. But there's a ton of enemies below. They'll definitely attack us after we take off. If we're gonna do this, we'll have to glide and defeat them in one fell swoop. You still had one stage to go in your exam, right? Yeah, but what's that gotta do with anything? How about we make this the third and final stage of your gliding exam? Are you sure that's how the exam is supposed to go? It's a custom version of the exam, designed by yours truly. Besides, the normal version of the exam wouldn't be fit for the hero of Mondstadt himself. So, what do you say? Woohoo! Good answer! Prepare for takeoff. Raptor awaits you once you defeat all these enemies. Then that gliding license is yours.
Right. I can drop bombs. Hey, what's the point of the party? I'm just by myself now. Oh, that was worthless. I gotta admit, this bit's a little fun. No. That's the other thing. Only what I would do is press B and it makes me manually attack.
Nice! You breezed through it! You're a natural. I knew you'd be fine. All that's left now is to grab ourselves a raptor. Let's go!
But if it lets me do this outside the stage, it'd be funner. Wait, I'm a trial version now? I guess this is a dungeon made for Amber then. I haven't seen the PvP, not really into that kind of thing, but I can try it out once in a while. But you gotta remember, I think the servers are ping-based, so I have no idea what the multiplayer would do. Why is that? This is interesting. I'm shooting two at once now. Well, MMOs are meant to expand. Yeah, that's actually getting a little overboard in Modern Warfare. It's the biggest game in terms of install size, which can't be normal. So was the game lagging when I was flying that time? Oh, like a minute ago.
It looks like there's no way across. Ugh, he must be around here somewhere. Amber! Over there!
If you insist on chasing me, so be it. Huh? Who brought the little girl?
You must be Raptor! You can't escape!
I don't need to escape. There's no way you can make it over here.
Here's the fun thing. When I was playing Pokemon Shield, the audio was cracking out. Even though it was fine on my end. When I was recording, it was cracking out.
Oh, it is pretty high.
I mean the
And
game
quite
recording,
far.
not the mic.
Oh, little girl, why don't you run along home now and let your leader deal with this? Don't worry, I promise that once the Grandmaster gets here, I'll surrender immediately.
Hey, watch it! You're talking to a Knights of Favonius outrider. You'll be sorry when I arrest you. You're right.
Yeah, you do know the computer I'm using is your one, so it has AMD. Yeah, so I just don't know if it'll fit.
Ugh, he's right there in front of us. If only we could glide
You'll have to show
across.
me next time you come over.
So how did he get across? I don't see a mechanism, and I have good eyesight. Besides, there's nowhere on the cliff that you could build.
Bye-bye.
Oh no! Ugh, we can't hesitate any longer. But... Don't worry, I'm the gliding champion of Mondstadt, remember? If Raptor can do it, I can do it too.
Oi, Outrider! You have less chance of surviving this than jumping off the Animo God statue in Mondstadt without your wind glider. Haha!
Paimon sees your point. If you rule out everything that's completely impossible, gliding is the only idea left. Remember that book I lent you? The one I
Buying
thought was
what?
a gliding manual, but wasn't? The first birds couldn't fly. Flight was their reward for their courage to plunge into the canyon.
What?
Be my witness. Raptor says I'll never make it. But if you listen carefully...
Wait! Stop! You'll
Oh,
never
it was
make
broken
it.
again.
Come on, off
Some
you
of the
go
lines are,
now.
like, mixed
Back
up.
home like a good little girl.
Raptor says I'll never make it. But if you listen carefully, the wind says I will make it, and that's good enough for me. Amber, no! You're gonna fall! You're gonna... It's a wind current! She's gliding! Amber's gliding!
You're crazy, kid! You must have known about the wind current. There's no way you would have jumped otherwise.
The wind takes care of those who have courage. Now sit still and await your arrest, like a good little boy.
Yeah. Win! Here's something special.
Reese and Boba, get them! No one escapes my sight. Bet you can't keep up with me. Go, Baron Bunny!
Freeze!
Have a taste of this! Finally done.
All right, I got him.
Yeah, there is. That was a bit of surprise.
I only noticed the wind current from in the air, and it's the only one. It would be suicide to try and escape in the direction Raptor was going. In other words, the only way Raptor could have gotten out would be this way, past us. Aha! So he was just trying to fool us by acting smug, in the hope that we would just give up and leave. Little did he know, we're not so easily fooled. It was all thanks to your sharp thinking. Just like a wise man once said, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. At the end of the day, gliding is 7 parts technique, 3 parts instinct, and then 90 parts courage. What you did now looked more like 99 parts courage.
I mean, you got the Yakuza games, I guess, but you got them on PlayStation, don't you?
It was just like in my first gliding exam. I was super nervous, but in the end, there was nothing to be afraid of, and I passed no problem. I kinda missed that nervous rush in the exams I've done since then. It just wasn't the same. Sorry. Paimon thought you said you passed no problem. What do you mean exam since then? Well, you see, the thing is, Mondstadt is all no glide zone this, no landing zone that. Every time I get my license, it keeps getting revoked. I must have taken the exam about 15 times altogether, but I always pass the first time. I guess my little gliding manual ain't so bad after all. Let's go and get a copy of the real gliding manual from Acting Grandmaster Jean sometime. I'll head off first because I need to escort Raptor back to the city. Once you're back in the city, don't forget to come find me at the cathedral. I'll issue your gliding license there. She just can't sit still, can she? Guess that's why she's the Outrider. When this is all done and dusted, let's head to the cathedral in Mondstadt.
Yeah, which is the same problem with my gaming PC. I would like for both computers to be working, honestly. That way I can use the game machine to game and
Getting this gliding license has turned into quite the adventure.
and the streaming PC to stream. But that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Now, if I glide, does that mean I can do the bombs now? No, I cannot. I'm waiting for work for from my dad. Unfortunately, that's gonna happen next week. Well, as a matter of taste, it'll probably be mostly Sonic or Total War or Yakuza. Yeah, pretty much.
Congratulations! Here is your gliding license. You're officially legal now. Yay! I'm not surprised though. You are a natural after all. Oh, and I'll sign you up for the next wind gliding championship. I glide so fast that no one can keep up. It's just me up there, on my own, gliding around. It's kinda boring. Whoa, fighting talk. It seems you have no idea how terrifying the championship really is. Well, until I kick your butt in the championship, I wish you a happy, liberating, and above all, law-abiding gliding experience. Make sure you obey the rules. Whatever you do, don't get your license revoked.
Oh, brother. If you ask me, that's a bit rich coming from Amber.
Everything we have is a blessing from Barbados.
Yeah, so that's pretty much our situation. I'm using the Nintendo Switch and the streaming PC to game, pretty much. Now, I have no idea what the deal is with Twitch. Could be the encoding, most likely. If that's the case, I might set the CPU, but I have no idea how that would handle. Still, that's a bit odd for Twitch to be doing that. Especially with Pokemon Shield when the audio crackles. That's the biggest issue there. So I set the AMD encoder to quality at the moment, but if that doesn't work, I'll use the CPU. This is for tomorrow. I'll be testing it tomorrow. Now, what else can I do? Udemy. That might be a glitch with your Google Chrome cookie. A dots course? Never heard of it.
This is bad. Such a hassle. What am I going to do? Oh, thank the thousand winds. Your arrival must be the grace of the gods. If I may ask, envoy sent by the Animo god to save this mere mortal, could you spare a moment?
Ew, cut it out.
I cannot let my peers hear about this. I cannot seek help from anyone else but you. Please, let us move to somewhere more fit for such conversations. Let's talk in the courtyard, just outside headquarters. Come with me.
What's with the sneakiness?
Oh, what computer are you using?
This place will do.
Tell us what it's about already.
How should I begin? Oh, right. Let me tell you a secret first. It's a secret of my past, and I confide in you to keep it.
Don't worry, my lips are sealed.
As a matter of fact, my grandfather was a pirate.
Oh,
Wait, why do you sound so blithe? Do you think I'm making it up? Look at my eye patch. I inherited it from my grandfather, and this is solid proof that we are related by blood. My, how could you not know such common knowledge? This is no different from children inheriting their hairstyles from their parents. Yesterday, I was glancing through the notes my grandfather left and stumbled upon records that spoke of a treasure.
treasure?
According to his notes, the treasure is buried in the lost Arcadian ruins.
Treasure.
But the location of the ruins is currently unknown. I've tried searching for clues.
Treasure! Kaya, what kind of treasure is it? Gold? Or better yet, gems?
Treasures that consist of nothing but gold and gems are third-rate treasures. My grandfather's treasure is a sword, a magic sword that grants the wielder unrivaled power.
Oh, wow!
The sword was dropped from Celestia into the sea by a god. It was later salvaged by my grandfather's crew by pure coincidence. The moment he gripped the sword, thunder roared, billows howled, and the clear skies were suddenly swallowed by raging winds. With the might of the magic sword, my grandfather went on to defeat a hydra, a silver-haired banshee, a wicked abyss dragon. But the immense power of the sword enticed many more greedy pirates. To avoid meaningless conflicts, my grandfather hid the magic sword. The world we live in is fascinating, full of unknown and inexplicable wonders.
Holy moly! That's just insane!
A gang of treasure hoarders has been very active lately, and many ruins have had their relics stolen by them. I'm afraid that they will soon discover the Arcadian ruins, and the magic sword will be lost.
We won't let it fall into the wrong hands. We must get the sword before them. You just rest assured that we are here to help.
Wow. Great. Please keep it a secret. I'll wait for your good news.
Hey, so what you think? Isn't it exciting? We're talking about a super-duper powerful sword. Well, let's go to the Adventurers Guild and see if we can find out more. The adventurers should know more about the ruins, right?
Oh, Paimon was acting very cute there. Okay, your razor thing, not sure what to say about that one. Were you using software that was overloading it or something? With Unity or something? That you were just talking about?
We're not here for something that boring. We're looking for a sword that fell from Celestia. One that can kill 8-headed banshees and silver-haired hydras. It's super mega uber powerful. That's what Paimon said. It's a super epic sword. Anyway, it's fine as long as Paimon doesn't tell them the treasure's location. So, Cyrus, do you know where the lost Arcadian ruins are supposed to be?
Arcadian ruins. Never heard of them. Thanks for your intel anyway. If you do find these ruins, I'd love to see them.
My intel?
And Paimon screwed up.
Still no clues. Well, it's not like it's gonna be easy. Come on, it's the hiding place of the super amazing sword. Anyway, we should go meet up with Gaia first.
Present.
I'm still not used to the B button being confirmed. That's so unnatural. Wait a minute. This bit's also a bit unnatural. I gotta go for every achievement and just say if I did it or not. And just claim.
Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Xiangling. I'm a chef from Liyue. My favorite place is...
What am I looking for?
Oh, you're back. Do you have news for me?
Listen, we asked around the Adventures Guild and found... well, nothing.
That much is expected.
Why is that?
Oh, I only mean that what's the fun in finding it without the hard work? However, I do have some clues. I sent someone to collate black market intel. It seems that someone does know about the Arcadian ruins.
Really? Where's the guy?
Now, as per the black market's rules, they will send someone to meet us to prevent leaks. We will be meeting the informant at the Whispering Woods.
Then what are we waiting here for?
That's right. You read my mind. I am a knight, so I shouldn't have any dealings with the black market. You have my thanks. Of course, you'll be compensated for your troubles. By the knights.
Ooh, no problemo.
So I've been to the Whispering Woods before, so I should be able to teleport. Oh, I was thinking of another Whispering Woods. Alright.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
This camp wasn't here before.
From whence you came!
She's in trouble!
Why is this happening to me? I shouldn't have helped him.
Him who?
Thanks so much for saving me. You're far more reliable than those Favonius guys.
It's nothing. He's a traveler. He has to deal with stuff like this all the time.
Traveler? I've heard stories about you. I didn't think I'd be saved by the one I'm here to meet.
Oh, so you're the...
I didn't know how I could pay you back initially, but now I think I'll just give you the intel for free. People in our circle know how important the network is.
Lucky? But it's lucky for Kaya, isn't it? He's supposed to pay for the intel.
Listen well then. The intel on the Arcadian ruins. 3 6-armed giants reside in the city in the lake. 2 guard the statue, 1 the treasure.
Right. Wait, is that it?
There's also this map that came with it.
Could this be the experts the spot? So the clue is more like a riddle. Well, should be a piece of cake for you, right? Paimon'll leave you to it then. Well, if you can't solve it, we can ask Kaya. He seems like a nerd too.
I'll leave you the intel so you can review it at any time.
Thanks, Vile. 3 6-armed giants reside in the city in the lake. 2 guard the statue, 1 the treasure. What does that mean? If you don't want to ask Kaya, you better figure it out.
I already think I know where it is. So, gotta teleport back. First things first, I'll stop by the Adventurers Guild.
Add Astro.
I heard of you. Is there something I can do for you? I am making a wish. I just tossed the coins into the pool just like this and make a wish. It must be sincere to do it every day for the fountain fairy to hear you. I'm sorry, I can't help coughing. My parents and my brother Anthony have all been really good for me. Anthony works tirelessly every night just to earn money to buy medicine for me. I also want to do something for him. Okay then. Really high up, so it's not here. There. Looking for a missing young female, has blonde hair, wears exotic clothes. Any information Assistance is greatly welcomed. Please report to Outrider Amber with any information you may have. Many thanks. Okay, that's unrelated.
Ooh, let me see what's inside. She doesn't love him at all. The passion rushing through the clear spring is just a front. When she's cold and alone, her true heart is revealed. There's another map. More riddles? Paimon's dizzy already. Oh no, Paimon used up all her brain juice.
You never even helped with this one.
Paimon will let you have all the fun, or you could get Kaya to help.
Alright, well I think I already know what this place is. Ah, I hate when it does that. It's here. You know what's funny is that OBS is saying that this whole recording has only been using about 3.9% of the CPU, probably because of the hardware encoding, but yeah, probably because of that. Yeah, that didn't help. It's definitely here. Where exactly? What does it say? Must be referring to a cave, maybe. Well, I was hoping so. Then I noticed the AMD encoder and remembered that it's supposed to be good to not use the CPU too much, but I guess in this case, Pritch might need it. Right. Not that way either.
Forth, my blade!
treasure map really is terrible. It looks like it was drawn by a pirate. So, now... You read my mind! Paimon's so happy! Let's go for it! Don't want anyone else to get there before, like the treasure hoarders Gaia told us about. Anyways, Paimon just wants to borrow the sword too. No! You heard nothing. Paimon just wants to see it. Definitely not to become super mega powerful and do nothing but play. Alright, Arcadian treasure...
Oh, that was annoying. Doesn't look like it's taking any real damage. Well, let's see. What did that thing say again? I'm looking for a beach with many islands. So if I go here... Oh, it's a point. It's marked. Give me a bloody treasure map and it's already got a press icon there.
Windblade!
I'll race you there.
Oh, this looks like a dungeon.
This must be the Arcadian ruins. Is it just me? Or does it look plain? Oh, Paimon gets it! The perfect disguise is always in plain sight! Kaya's grandpa sure is impressive. Oh, mice! It's no time to get suspicious. We're close. Hurry, the treasure is waiting for us.
I'll just stick with that.
One with my blood. Submit for judgment.
Is this the end? Where are you, my treasure?
This is clearly a boss room.
Let's look around.
I'll save you the trouble. How about you let me take over? Sharp eye, but too slow. I'm Izzard. I thank you both on behalf of the treasure hoarders.
We've been keeping a low profile. How did word get out? Paimon won't let you have the treasure without a fight.
You would be wise not to underestimate us. My gang is just outside waiting for my order. However, they're not as, sociable as me.
I'm sorry to rain on your parade, but your gang won't be participating in your current plan. If you'd like to ask why, you can go see them in Mondstadt prison. Or perhaps you'd prefer to join them permanently.
The Knights.
Hey, it's Kaya! Kaya, he wants to steal your treasure! Get him!
Ugh, almost had it.
Oh, you mean the treasure? Sorry, but there wasn't any treasure to begin with. You came all the way for nothing. Just give it up.
What? No treasure? Did Kaya just say there isn't any treasure?
You got me good. Didn't think the Knights would resort to such tactics.
A thief has no right to criticize the methods of the Knights of Favon. Wait, what are you—
You're not gonna get me! Okay, oh god, what is this? I didn't mean it.
What a troublemaker.
You, Knight! You're not gonna watch me die, are ya?
What an interesting suggestion.
Fine, I'll confess and go quietly. Please, just help me!
All right then. Guess I will have to do some overtime work after all.
Key weak spot where the core is exposed on the head and the back. Try to hit one of them.
Dodge this! What's the hurry? Yeah, it really did.
How embarrassing. Having my life saved by a knight.
Don't forget what you promised, or that thing will be the least of your worries.
Hey, is this how the Knights of Favonius treats the people they catch?
I'm just joking. All right, let's take him back.
Sir! Yes, sir! Captain, should we take these two in as well?
What?
Of course not. They are the ones who made this arrest possible. Without them spreading our fabricated intel, we wouldn't have been able to catch the treasure hoarders.
You're a bad man for lying to me! Shame on the Knights!
All right, stop it already. Though the treasure doesn't exist, you did want it for yourself, didn't you? Otherwise you would have informed me of your intentions, no?
That? Well, let's go! Paimon's done talking to him.
Just a sec. You did help me out, so you do deserve a reward. This is the triumphant harbinger of dawn that points towards victory. As its name suggests, it symbolizes light and victory. If you don't mind, I would like to present you with this Harbinger of Dawn as a reward.
Harbinger of Dawn?
That's right. It suits a well-cultured and disciplined person such as yourself. Wouldn't you say, Paimon?
Well, if the reward is this Harbinger of Dawn...
You'd forgive me, right? I'm honored to have such an understanding friend.
Yes, yes.
You have my apologies for the deception. I will not use the same method twice. What a surprise that you solved the puzzles all by yourself and arrived before me.
So it was you who left all those clues?
Indeed. However, even I believed the clues were too vague to be of any help to you. I was prepared to answer your questions. Quite impressive. This was the only thing that I did not anticipate in the entire operation.
Ha! That was nothing.
No matter what you say, I acknowledge your wisdom. After all, wisdom itself does not deceive.
But some people do enjoy deceiving others with their wits.
What a wonderful day. Now, I have to go interrogate my suspect. Please excuse me. Do come visit me at our headquarters when you have the chance.
Alright, what's in here? Right, so it appears certain characters have crests at a certain adventure rank. What else? Guess I'll do this one. As for my computer problem, yeah. If I get enough money, I'll fix it up myself. Just, I'm not even sure what the problem is. It could be the power supply, it could be the motherboard itself. But with the BIOS issue, I reckon it is the motherboard. It's like shorting the power supply out. Or something to that matter.
Isn't that Jean? Seems she's talking to someone. Let's let her finish, then go say hi.
Which is what has brought us to this point in the first place. If you are unable to promptly deal with the Storm Terror threat, then leave the defense of Mondstadt to the Fatui. We can put an end to Mondstadt's dragon issues. All we need to do is bring that monster to the...
Monster?
Yes. What's your point?
I'd expect a more professional attitude from your diplomats. Yet here you are saying you want to put an end to one of the four winds of Mondstadt? I won't have any of this nonsense in front of the Knights of Favonius.
It's not as crazy as you make it sound. Fine. That's enough negotiation for today. At this stage, it's simply an amicable exchange of constructive opinions. No? I'll be sure to make thorough notes.
Oh, you're back. Thanks for your help. The elemental flow is finally stable. The aftermath of Storm Terror's last attack is finally settled for the moment. However, the pressure from the delegation has become too big to be ignored.
Delegation? From Liyue Harbor or Inazuma City?
Shneznaya. They choose to follow the god of Cryo. Their envoys go by a particular name, the Fatui. Heard of them?
Oh, them? They're super famous. Wait, infamous is more the word.
I don't think killing Storm Terror is the right course of action. The Cryo Gods Fatui have always coveted the Animo God's power. I don't believe they have Mondstadt's best interests at heart. What is it? Oh, let us head back to headquarters then. We shouldn't discuss important matters out in the open. Mondstadt and Snezhnaya are considered the same in status. Mondstadt is independent and does not belong to any other nation. In fact, despite being referred to as a city, Mondstadt is a nation. Though, Snezhnaya's Fatui are known to be the most aggressive diplomats in Teyvat.
Makes sense given the tone of that woman just now. So rude.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I can't even keep the computer on for too long, so it turns itself off after a bit. Which is what made me come to the conclusion I may need to get new pots. At the very least, just to keep it alive.
It's a crystal embedded with some kind of power. Lisa, are you able to analyze it?
Let me take a look. I can see impurities in the crystal, but upon further inspection... No, I'm sorry. I can't make a proper analysis at the moment. Give me some time. I'll take a look through the library's restricted section.
Right. I'll leave the research to you then, Lisa.
Understood. I'll notify you all if I make any progress. Though I wouldn't go getting your hopes up. They're incredibly ancient texts, not to mention... Ouch! Gosh, that hurt! The impurities in the crystal... It hurts when I get close. I see. It appears to react to visions. The impurities and the elemental energy we embody repel each other. It's strange, though. You have elemental abilities as well, but don't seem to be affected in the same way. Anyway, the crystal would be better left in the hands of my cutie. It will just be a pain if left with us, both literally and metaphorically.
Fascinating. Do you know anything about what makes you special? I do not know what to make of it either. Well then, the Knights of Favonius have another favor to ask of you. Please accept the title of Honorary Knight and the gratitude of the Acting Grand Master.
Honorary Knight of Favonius?
We ask for your continued assistance in finding some answers. Storm Terror's rage and strange crystals. I know Mondstadt's peace hangs in the balance. May the wind open your eyes to the truth. We'll meet back here if you find anything.
Oh, this. Yeah, I'm just taking your books.
There's something you didn't tell them. The dragon and the crystal weren't the only things we saw. So you do remember him, that green guy. He looked just like that guy down there.
That's just convenient.
See? See? Wait, hold on a minute. That's the same guy! That green guy disappeared! Use Elemental Sight to track him down.
What do you mean? Oh yeah.
His footprints lead to this wall. Did he climb up from here?
What is to be sung transpired in days of yore, when the divine archons still walked the earth. A dragon cast his curious gaze on the world below, as he parted from the heavens that gave his birth. The dragon sought truth amongst common folk, but mortal trifles only fogged his mind. The wind-born bard strummed his strings dolce, and the holy lyre answered his questions kind. The dragon was but a child, full of wonder, and soared the heavens free from care. The bard's songs invited him to sing along, for he yearned to let all perceive him fair. Enchanting legends the bard and dragon were, but the tides of despair soon engulfed the land. The lion fang perished, and the falcon flag slept, as a vile dragon approached Mondstadt in a war state. Over the cathedral loomed death and his friends. Of the people's agony, the bard soon sang. The soaring dragon heeded his grave calls, and amidst the windstorms a brutal war spread. Blood of venom sent the sky dragon into slumber, only to awake to be expelled in abhor. Why do people in this age loathe me so? But the holy lyre replied no more. Wrath and woe, vigor and venom, poured from the dragon's bitter eyes. The dragon's curse sprawled in silence, but the lyre could no longer soothe his cries. Wait, you guys are... Oh, that's right. You're the ones that scared Dvalin away.
Dvalin? Who's that? Huh? Oh, right! Most people seem to call him Storm Terror. Why do you call him that? Are you two meant to be close or something?
Oh, so close.
Hey, so... Paimon thinks this guy has a screw loose.
I'm Venti the Bard. 3-time winner of the most popular bard of Mondstadt, to be precise. So, what do you need from me?
Given you recognize us, Paimon doesn't believe we need to explain any further. Of course it's about Storm Terror!
Storm?
Hey! Cut it with the Amnesia Act! Alright, show it to him.
Oh,
crystal has been purified. When?
Dvalin, the anguish he feels has brought him to tears.
Tears?
He was once such a gentle child, now so full of rage and suffering. I also came across a teardrop crystal. Can you purify it? You really do have some wonderful abilities. Someone like you is going to end up getting written into a bard's poem. Oh, a hero so bright should she stand in the light. Though stand in the shade, and you'll be met by a blade. Alas, I've really not the time to compose a melody for you at this moment. Anyway, even if Dvalin is not taken down, his life will still wither away in the breeze. He'll burn himself out in the flames of anger. I really must thank you for purifying the teardrop crystal. It has helped me greatly. But I've already come to devise my own plan.
Oh? And what plan would that be?
Seeing this tear has brought to mind a friend so dear.
Friend?
One must be going.
Hey, where are you running off to?
To the symbol of Mondstadt's hero. Bye-bye.
Huh. What do you make of that? As far as he's concerned, you're a weirdo too, you know. Know what? Familiar? I don't know. You're alone on that one. But did he just say symbol of Mondstadt's hero? Oh, Paimon knows! It's that huge tree! You know, the gigantic one. You can't miss it. Surely you still remember.
What was I gonna say? I can't remember now. Oh well.
Oh? What are you doing here?
Well, following you.
Though I was just wondering if you would happen to follow me. You speak of the god of Anemo, Barbados? He already disappeared from Mondstadt a long time ago. Liyue and Inazuma's respective gods of Geo and Electro are still present, but Mondstadt has seen many a moon since they last saw their own god. Why do you wish to know about the god of Anemo? Does it have something to do with Dvalin?
Oh, it's because gods...
Just how is it that everyone sees Storm Terror? I'm quite curious. That said, there's no need to rush. I have not been back in a while. It seems there are a few who are unhappy with my arrival.
The wind! I can't open my eyes! What is a creature like such a bad place? You think it was coming after that green guy? His relationship with the wind seems even deeper than yours.
I'll race you there!
And there's something in the tree.
I'll race you there!
Seems the dragon wasn't the only thing affected by this change in the wind. Now then, you were saying someone had told you about the dragon? Is that so? Quite the scholar, I must say that, Lisa. She's not wrong. The conflict has reached this point only because both sides have resorted to the use of force. His hate, however, did not arise from the people not making tribute to the Four Winds, nor was it born from his own nature, but instead came about as a product of his degradation.
Degradation?
The black blood flowing through his heart has been torturing him for years. That's what has allowed him to be led astray by the lies of the Abyss Mage. They are from the Abyss Order, an organization comprised of non-human beings. They despise mankind. I don't know where they come from. All I know is that they hold deep hatred toward the human world. Many hilly trolls out in the wild take orders from them and act as their weapons.
Oops.
Before arriving here, I too was like Dvalin, cursed and left to waste. But now, before us stands the symbol of Mondstadt's hero, the place from which Mondstadt rose. The wind amongst the branches is good. I love the way it smells. Being here with you beneath this great tree feels like when the tear was purified earlier. Like the poison is leaving my body. Feels much better.
So, how exactly did you get poisoned?
That would be because I tried to communicate with Dvalin earlier, but was interrupted. As a result, not only did I not manage to help Dvalin break his curse, but instead was also infected myself. Yes, it was you. So to make up for it, you're coming with me to the cathedral.
The Mondstadt Cathedral? To do what exactly?
To claim a certain holy lyre de Himmel.
Alright, time to climb up and get this thing. Alright. You still here, Sharif? Ah, okay.
Anything the Knights can do for you?
So this Holy Lyre de Himmel is...
one of the most treasured items in Mondstadt. It's the lyre that Barbados used to play. With it, perhaps I can help Dvalin draw his gentle nature back out of this nightmare he's going through.
Will it really stop Storm Terror from causing more damage?
Of course! I'm the best bard in the world. There's not a single song I do not know, no matter if it's from the past, present, or future. Look me in the eyes.
I see.
Do you not find me trustworthy?
So how can we get the Holy Lyre?
It's said that it's enshrined deep within the cathedral, somewhere safe. I'll go take a look around. You can come if you want. Let me handle this. Hello there, sister!
May the Animo God bless you, young bard. How can I help you?
Actually, I know a secret that can save Mondstadt from its current predicament.
Oh, what a blessing from the god of Animo! But you should report that to the Knights of Favonius. Why have you come to me?
Because you, dear sister, are able to help. I'd like to borrow the Holy Lyre. With it, I'll be able to help Storm Terror.
Please see yourselves out.
What?
Wow, rejected from a church.
It's a vicious dragon indeed, but once the acting Grand Master makes up her mind, nothing can stand in the Knight's way.
That's simply not acceptable. Wouldn't Storm Terror end up getting killed that way?
That foolish beast betrayed the winds. Not even the god of Anemo themselves would forgive it.
Please, I beg of you.
I'm afraid not, little bard. Strange. Somehow I feel so bad rejecting this sweet child.
Then, I guess I'm left with no other choice. I cannot hide anymore. My disciples, rejoice! Behold, the god of Anemo, Barbados, has descended. Shocked, aren't you? Don't you just want to cry out and rejoice? How does it feel to finally meet the god you've been serving?
If there's nothing else, I'll be going back to handle the cathedral's paperwork now.
Wait! Huh? She didn't even bat an eyelid. But I have at least learned what I wanted to know. She didn't deny that the cathedral is enshrining the Holy Lyre. Now, since you're the hotshot of the Knights of Favonius, maybe you can give it a shot.
Barbados bless you. I know you. You and Amber saved Mondstadt that day. So what brings you here? Tasks from the acting Grand Master? Is that so? Not that I don't trust you. It's just that a suspicious bard came looking to borrow the Holy Lyre as well. He's full of nonsense and even called himself Barbados. He must be up to something. There are regulations in place for the use of the Holy Lyre. Currently, it's only used in Ludi Harpastum. Signed documents from the Grand Master, Seneschal, and community representative are all required. So, may I see the document from the Knights of Favonius?
Hey!
A signed document is required. Without it, there's not much I can do. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really am quite busy as of late.
It didn't work. I knew it.
You knew it?
I just wanted to know how influential the hotshot of the Knights of Favonius is. You see, the best warrior should always be presented with the best sword. And yet here we are. Does the story not make for a fitting ballad?
So what are you trying to say? That we're not good enough?
No, that's not it. More of a commentary regarding Mondstadt's inability to see the warrior standing right before its very eyes. Very well. Looks like borrowing it is not going to be possible. We're simply going to have to steal it. Today we stand for free will. Any suggestions on just how we steal it?
Maybe not talk about it in the church.
Come now, speak up. That's what free will is for. Look at you, sidetracked from the start. But seriously, you're more suitable for the job than I. Aside from singing, I don't really have any other talents. Besides, if I was caught, I'd have no one to right the grave injustice of my arrest.
How can it be a grave injustice if you got caught stealing red-handed?
How about stop talking about stealing the freaking harp in here?
But things are different for you. You are the superstar of the Knights of Favonius. You have made contributions to Mondstadt.
Stop talking to me or we're gonna get arrested.
Should you get caught, you would easily be able to talk your way out of it. The guards here, it seems they're off duty throughout the night. If we manage to seize this opportunity, it should be smooth sailing from here.
Stop mentioning us getting caught!
What do you say? Yes. Seems I did mention that. Your point being? Why does your decision hinge upon whether or not I am a god?
Paimon will fill you in on her background story when we get the time.
Huh?
So there's a time menu now. Oh, that didn't work as expected. Damn it.
With the wind!
Whoops.
Don't be shy.
I gotta enter.
This stupid city's so boring.
Well, looks like I'm breaking into a freaking cathedral. And to steal a lyre. Oh, what kind of secret route is that? You just leave it open. Could at least make me figure it out. Am I gonna be stealthing? What the? It was going to give me a tutorial on stealth. It may as well tell me what the buttons are. I got a dodge roll. What's my other one?
Yeah.
Who are you? She disappeared.
And I'm going to get blamed.
Freeze! What are you doing here?
No, run!
They're never going to believe that a dark rabbit-looking woman took it.
Oh no! We're busted! Run!
What? Follow me.
Oh, that was a bust. What the fuck? Oh, come on, I just made it.
Master D-Luke, this is this week's accounts.
The disaster has greatly affected business.
Well, let's hope it all ends soon.
Hi! We'd like a seat at your, least conspicuous table.
The second floor has fewer customers. You'd be less conspicuous up there. But aren't you a bard? Why not sit front and center?
Let's save the paid performance for next time. We'll be heading up now. See you in a bit.
Hey, keep an eye on them. There's something strange about that bard. I'll go ask around.
Ask who exactly?
The protectors of Mondstadt.
Yeah, that was so smooth. May as well just put a wanted sign on us.
Master D-Luke, have you seen two thieves around?
What happened? Why have you mobilized so many guards?
Haven't you heard, Master D-Luke? Two thieves are trying to steal the Holy Lyre.
Oh? How odd.
Isn't it? The Holy Lyre is a treasure that was played by the god of animal themselves. Such a precious piece of cultural heritage.
Why would one want to steal something they can't sell off? Would pay better to steal from my sellers.
Huh?
Sorry, off topic. Believe they headed that way.
Understood. Thank you, Master D-Luke.
Today, I think I'll have a glass of...
You can put down that bottle you stole from behind the counter.
something cold.
Right. I want answers.
Let me finish my drink first. I'll pay you. Well, with a performance.
It's not about money. You seem too young to be drinking.
No need to worry. When I started drinking, you were still... You want to ask, who's this? Am I right? He is Master D-Luke, the boss of... the owner of this tavern. He's very famous. By the way, his dandelion wine is one of my favorites. Although most of the time I can only afford a bottle or two.
I just heard about some thieves from the guards. For the record, I like your guts for trying to steal the Holy Lyre de Hamel, even if you are fools. But we don't often get to see people like you.
It wasn't us that stole it. The real thief is still out there.
This is the hotshot of the Knights of Favonius. Why would someone so aspiring steal Mondstadt's sacred treasure?
Hotshot? Oh, so it's you. So, you and the Bard are close friends? Well, despite only being a passing traveler, you still offered your help to Mondstadt in its time of need. A shame you joined the Knights. The Knights of Favonius. Inefficient right from beginning to end. And towards the Fatui? Weak and conservative. Forget it. I don't feel like talking about it.
Seems you don't really like the Knights of Favonius.
Just differences in approach is all. I have my own hopes for this city. Now, answers. Why did you steal the Holy Lyre?
You sure you want to know? It could implicate you in the affairs of the Knights of Favonius.
That's fine. I somehow always end up implicated in their affairs.
If I tell you the story with a performance, will you believe me?
It depends. I'll make my own judgment.
Then will I get paid?
Your reward will range from anywhere between 5 Mora and the Holy Lyre. It all depends on your story.
Very well. Let me put on a show.
What did I just witness? This is confidential information. Why did you let me know?
Why? Perhaps the winds are changing. What say you, Master D-Luke?
Interesting. Give me some time. I'll organize some contacts. Outlander, as one of the knights, it seems you're not a suspect. Blonde is the only description on the wanted poster. You should be safe.
Really? Just blonde and not a giant fairy sidekick?
As for the Bard, however, it'd be better if you stayed in the tavern.
No problem. I like taverns.
Okay. Let's meet here tonight after the tavern closes.
Okay, that was a little redundant.
You're here.
Wait, you're...
Well, first of all, I contacted more than one person. Secondly, she came here as Jean herself, not as the acting Grandmaster. A Jean you would never see, even as an honorary knight.
What a surprise. I heard about the Holy Lyre, but I never suspected it was you.
So, the sound of the Holy Lyre can purify Storm Terror and return it to normal? Is that true?
That's right. Your honorary knight is putting themselves on the front line to try and resolve this Storm Terror issue. Now that's the hotshot of the Knights of Favonius I'm talking about.
Feels like we're breaking the law, though.
I understand this kind of absurd explanation is hard to believe. But we can ask the bard to play the song again to try and persuade...
I believe you.
To persuade our stubborn command... Wait, what?
I can't think of any reason for Dvalin's betrayal, given it was once one of the Four Winds. However, if it was poisoned in the battle over Mondstadt all those years ago, and then corrupted by the Abyss Mage after it woke up, we can't really blame it. But as acting Grandmaster, I obviously cannot make such a statement publicly. Diplomatic pressure from the Fatui makes it hard for us to seek a peaceful resolution to the Storm Terror issue. People would think I've lost grip on the gravity of the situation. That's why I can only do this in private.
That's one of the reasons I don't like the Knights of Favonius. What surprises me is that you would believe in Outlanders so easily.
My cautious and meticulous superior, even you trust him, don't you, sir?
I already told you not to call me sir. Never mind. We don't often get to work together after all.
Wow, this is really awkward.
I have a rough idea of where the Holy Lyre de Himmel is.
Nice recovery. She's really talented at changing the subject.
The conflict between Mondstadt and Snezhnaya stems from the conflict between the Seven Nations and their respective gods. The cryo-gods Fatui seem to be after the Animo god's power. Right. If the Knights of Favonius publicly prevented an attempt on Dvalin's head, then the only other way to affect the Animo god's power is to take the Holy Lyre.
The number of Fatui that have come to Mondstadt is far from limited. I've already managed to coerce a few reports out of them.
Diluc has determined that the Holy Lyre is not being held in the Goth Grand Hotel. I imagine they don't want to leave something stolen in a place where it could be so easily found.
Paimon gets it. If too much of a scene gets made, then it becomes a big diplomatic issue.
Such is the diplomacy between the Seven Nations. Outlander, ready to go?
Jean just said the Fatui are trying to take Dvalin's power for the Cryo God. I fear this might fall short of their true intentions. I think they intend to use Barbados' connection to the wind to draw him out. Just like Lisa traced the source of the storm to the temples.
How do you know that?
The god of Animo? Hasn't been seen for more than 1,000 years. What makes you think that's their intention?
Oh...
Huh? Forget it. I don't like having to pry. Here, take this.
What is it?
A disguise to protect your identity. Put it on before you run into the Fatui. Unfortunately, there's still one of Mondstadt's allies. At least that's the facade we're maintaining. Our actions are going to get them stirred up. Better to not implicate yourself on a personal level.
Hmm. Back there again. Mention disguise. Do I put it on automatically or is it in here? Nope. Before I do that.
Hmm. I'll go back in. Select him. Okay. Yeah, I'll just stick with them. And I'm playing this guy. Okay, whatever, I won't complain.
No! Don't eat me! You're human? The entire floor's defenses have been broken. I thought it was the Abyss Order attacking. How did you guys know the liar's here? The place it's being kept is locked up tight. If you're after the key, keep going further into the ruins, but don't come after me. I don't know which one of the guards has it, but I'm sure you can find the guards and find out for yourselves.
This guy looks like he's about to wet himself.
You just worry about yourselves. One of the 11 is already in Mondstadt. Signora, when she gets her hands on you, she's gonna string you up and torture you. When that time comes, don't you dare say a word about me.
Did he say Senora? What a strange name.
Number 8 of the 11 goes by the name Senora. The fact that the Fatui can run amok across the 7 nations like they do is entirely because of the 11. We need to act quickly before she gets wind of what's going on.
This is a big place.
Who are you? How'd you get in here? Never heard of that association before. What are you lot doing here? Oh? Keep talking. You're here for the lyre, aren't you? And just how do you plan to borrow it? Okay, sounds like a plan. All right, you're free to go. But I don't have the key, unfortunately. You'll have to ask the next guard you come across.
He says the key isn't here. Shall we try another room?
That was very awkward.
Seems like we turned this room inside out. But no key. Time to move on to another room.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Why is everyone such a coward here?
Did you already beat all the other guards?
Yeah, I talked one to death.
What? I'm not scared of you. A debt collector will come to my aid.
A debt collector? What?
I've had enough. I am a proud citizen of Snezhnaya. I will not falter.
Oh, this is different. That's like a whirlwind.
Here, shall we try another room? There's one room left that we haven't tried. Surely the key must be in there.
did you rats scurry out from? Senora's not going to tolerate this kind of interference in our affairs. So I'll be the one to take care of you. Save her the trouble of having to deal with you herself.
Prepare yourself. A touch of frost. From whence you came.
So soon. Can't run from death.
Finally, the liar is back in safe hands. Where did that guy go, though? He was here a second ago.
Senora is going to end you. The songs bards sing of your demise will be so terrifying. The people of Mondstadt will never sleep again for the nightmares they give them.
You know, that's the same voice as the villain from that Ladybug show.
Big talk for a guy who still ran off in the end. Chicken.
No chest. Okay then. Alright, unfortunately I need to end the stream here. It's nearly 4 o'clock and yeah, probably expecting groceries to come in and all that. So I need to end it here. Like what you saw, please follow the channel, and if you're feeling generous, donate like usual. What else? Until next time.